Perfect. All right. Hello there, YouTube, and hello there, Twitch. Today, it's a Wednesday. That's our Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Day. Today we'll start with episode 2 of the Great Ace Attorney 2 game. And that's all I got. Am I gonna go for one part? Am I gonna go for two parts? We'll see how the mood feels. I haven't really... I had... I just couldn't sleep last night. It was pretty much bad. But hey, it's okay. We're here now. It is not the usual time that I do streaming, but if you could believe it, I took a nap. But yeah. But I'm good. Let's get this on the road. Let's go switch into the main screen right here. Last week we got more of like we finished off episodes 1 stuff. And what I can remember was we were all playing Mikotoba the entire time. And yeah, she had to figure out why like her friend was being convicted of the crime, and we figured it out. The journalist took matters into his own hands. That's why he ended up doing what he did, and yeah. All right, so let me just minimize this, and we shall be good, I think. Load game. Yes. Okay, so I have everything set up. I have what I'm doing right now. Yada yada yada. Episode 2. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
ブライヤーロードの歩道で起こった姿なき犯人による冬の夜の惨劇。背中を刺され倒れた裏若きレディーが生死をさまよううちに事件は解決した。窮地に陥った東洋人の留学生が我が友人によって救い出されたその晩、ガス灯の刻むほの暗い影の中、再び奇怪な事件が闇を切り裂いた。当時の新聞の戦場的な見出しを記憶している者も多いだろう。悪霊に見入られた死の邸宅、死刑囚の呪い、ガス魔人の恐怖。現場に駆けつけた名探偵は瞬時にその真相を看破するのだが、それは悲劇の舞台の幕開けを告げるプレリュードに過ぎなかったのである。
My name is My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer, just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England, and on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultants of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a practically particularly, there you go, grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I am returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to waken from the slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. My stomach, I assume. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Ah, Runo, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise I forgot I also have his outfit on. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the obtrusive troops thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met it with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is practically unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Damn, it's like he's seeing in reality as well. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button on your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand? Your hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off. Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that is my vexation. I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. Or Hurley. Look. Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise! Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. No, not Sherlock Holmes. That's legal reasons we can't name him that. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of the highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Randy's magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprise you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Converse. Mrs. Sato's letter. Here's the letter that arrived from Japan this morning by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial system faring, may I ask? It's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? Excuse me. A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsumi appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsumi. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah, the mustache-twitching man with the somewhat feline eyes and a mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could have forgot those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Startling news. So what was that startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that case of that nature did not occur. He's truly forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Mr. Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took some place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsumi said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of haunted lodgings. Oh. On Mr. Natsumi's return to Japan, Mr. Sato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsumi said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? So you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes. About why Mr. Sato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. It just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted loungings. Summoning her back to Japan for something like that? I wonder what Mr. Sato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Oh, well, who can say? What? But you said. Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent? And a string analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, mind the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. This got off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last. Alright, so are they? Notes about the case, that's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lounge, do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together, everything from what happened to our investigation and the fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail, I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. The murder! What murder? A young woman was found lying on a snowy pavement on Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared. She was just unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but, by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Saseki. That man was Saseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Saseki-san in court, and after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to BART at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. It's interesting that we're having a trial from previously. There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh? You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, it's a 5:30 now. I think we made it very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what has felt like an eternity! Huh. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, sir. The victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourself, and I shall observe from here. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is... yes, here we are, Miss Green. Talk to Miss Green. Good morning. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susato Toba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. Suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madame. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Nadaholdo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry, I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. That kind of attitude. Maybe her surname should be Blue and not Green. Olive Blue. Got self-esteem issues. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by thousands of inferior means, including the Maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means, as opposed to Seki-san, does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Alright. Now we what do we do here? Am I missing something? Or can I just leave? Can I just leave? No, something's up. Hold up. The whole incident to her. Green tells you that she is a student of fine arts as a Brixton Road. Sholmes finds it odd that the person living in a different part of city would come to Briar Road. Suddenly, a British police officer orders her team to go to Second-Otomy for something more urgent. Do I have to look around for something? Patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment. He or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. I was worrying. Oops. Eek, a mouse, Mr. Nadaholdo. It's an enormous mouse. We're in a hospital. That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this faculty. That's what you were thinking. I must be the bag of Mr. Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend of or family member probably bought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside and change the clothes, no data. No, Mr. Nadaholdo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. He's like, I want candy right now. There are lots of bottles of the cabinet that aren't there. Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato. Ah, this looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Poor woman, I hope she hasn't read this. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Ah, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe used when practicing sketches the human form is in different poses. Yes. Really, it's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for... Whoa, excuse me. A typical figure for the purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen quite a so full-fledged person. Well, if you want to draw a full-figure person, it's the right tool for the job. What else do you need me to do? I'm honestly just kind of looking around to see if there's anything extra to look into. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look, I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can't imagine if you were peckish, you might try to a whole bottle or two. At least there seems to be a lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Mrs. Sato. I don't know what to do, really. It just says, suddenly a British police officer orders your team to go to Second Natsumi for something more urgent. And then we're supposed to go to, like, a place. But the problem is, it's not... Yeah. Oh, we have to examine things. Who would have fucking thought? Look, there's a photograph of the frame here. There you go. Ah, yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My mind, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. There you go, okay. We were just missing things to point out. I just didn't read that. They didn't, like, bold it, if you didn't realize. Alright. Here you go. Is there a Mr. Narrow-Fodder here? Mr. Narrow-Fodder? Narrow-Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me. But, Mr. Narrow-Fodder. Good. This is for you. It's a message from, Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsumi sent a message to me. But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsumi? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at a time like this morning? Oh, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. Well, this is the most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? He says, have you not seen this note? No, I just received it. No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is... But what... Wait. My bad. Hold up. But the trouble is... Oh, but the trouble is that's all he had? Okay. We've yet to read Mr. Natsumi's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate. took place at Mr. Musashi's loungings. Wait, what? I'll hail a fight for Seer at once. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, the murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Alright. Oh, is this dude? What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman's deceased. Without question, he's dead. Look, I'm certain Mr. Nadahoda Esquire. Mr. Nadahoda? I mean, Mr. Natsumi. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of the court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ah! Not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo off. Oh, shove off. Yeah. Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. Oh. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsumi. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you? Ugh. Here they are, ready. The busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson! What a pleasant surprise! Pleasant, is it? Giving me heartburn every time I see your face at the crime scene, Sholmes. Ah! Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food, like the fish and chips you have in your hand right now. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. I'll accept the sunshine. Alright, what we got? Get to the shocking scene. Unfortunately, you can't investigate yet. Talk to Soseki and he'll have colorful things to say. Okay. Shusheki! What a terrible thing to have happened. Why did I say it like that? What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless, excessive, and excruciating experiences! Well, the victim lived here in the ground floor, and your room is just one story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we're neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken up by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Nadahodo? When you found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Though that inspector over there! Let me just make sure. Okay. So Inspector was, what was the victim's name and who was he? Mr. William Shakespeare. Funny. Or Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of a dead loss as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspeare. It was the landlord, old Mr. Gerardab, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsumi, who found him. The fellow didn't rise at his usual hour, so Gerardab got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Gerdup have a bad leg? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right there. It was the jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really, Sasaki-san. The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside the petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends, His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fellow looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fellow's been a goner that long. That body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I would bring myself to touch a dead body. Yeah? Mr. Holmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Holmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madame, patience. We've not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know, Mr. Holmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw two incontrovertible conclusions. First, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. There's not something. What's wrong? Is something that Mr. Holmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion, it was that is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Holmes' deductions? No, please, pretend I'm not here. Invisible and ineffable, inscrutable insignificance. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Holmes, spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Holmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtains rise. For Sherlock Holmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. A great deduction. A game is afoot. I like how he's in his regular outfit stuff. Call to death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. From at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates that the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains you will observe 1/2 of a size of a bar of soap. Meaningful, undoubtedly. Why is the soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the truth. It appears the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring that slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the content of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Poison from soap ingestion. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. No force open now. At the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap from whence wafted an inferior scent. With that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end and in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. I like that Mr. Sholmes is the only character I give a voice to, for the most part. This concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. You get him, Sholmes. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Nutterholder? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that the man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so astute, a soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my guts. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. Experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's something that chose me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Sholmes' observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive into an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Oh, that was me. Whatever. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Sholmes' quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for you continue to light up and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Where's it going to the thing? Okay, here's the first one. Well, you can't deny that the report implies the man was eating something, or about to eat something. That's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt to with the chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. That. There's his outfit. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table ensured the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Nadaholdo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. Well, London's okay, yeah. This is the next part we go through. Here you go. Present the teacup. Why am I not reading? Mr. Trump's still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If the soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Can we just present? Yeah, I was about to say, can we just present the teacup? Alright, the two statements out the way. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that the victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room, which leads us to an immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in his teacup. If only we could test it. Poison in tea. Solved. Alright, was it a suicide or a murder is the question. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it this suicide or murder? Alright, let's skip to the thing. Present the other teacup. Okay. That wasn't arrested for the infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shakespeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsumi's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to deduction than it seems. Must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Left hand. Did the man dine or die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two teacups in the room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. At the very least, we can say now with certainty. Somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. To draw a conclusion on such a meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? I'm not sure if I like where the deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you could try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Oops, I did the wrong one. You will observe that there are a pile of books here. What? Yeah, clearly, one man could have read the other 3 pile of books. In other words, okay. I must warn you, Mr. Naruhodo, that is a sprinkling of phrases such as "yet clearly" in other words, so you will not fool anyone. Then more fool you. If you will attempt to emulate the ways of great detective, you must first identify the greatness. I messed up. Oh, examine the pile of books. That's on me. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are a makeshift stage of the costumes. Is that what I said? I ever looked these 3 books initially. Wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read: The Picture of Monsieur whatever. Canterbury Yearnings and A Meal for Garberer. Wait, I'm sure I've heard these titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsumi purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of an unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. Seki-san had just been to the bookshop and bought them. That's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsumi claims never to have been here before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. File familiar books. Present the file familiar. Indeed. Oh, I didn't even notice his little shoulder mouse thing. That's so cute. What reveals the answer, of course, is a pile of familiar books. Quite so, it's no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room. It's the link to the truth. Mr. Natsumi, you purchased these books 4 days ago at the second-hand bookshop. That's just a coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, not negotiable. You can't bring your own copies here. It proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have bought the books here on the evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here into the victim's room. That was kind of cool. Last night, having returned to your lodging after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. And sure, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in his room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsumi. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sherm's Great Deduction. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Not again, not again, not again! Not again! Well then, Mr. Natsumi. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses. Yes? Door, key, locked! Entry, exit, entirely impossible! He's so flushed, he's being even stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You have had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Misery me! Sorry, sir, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside there's a carriage waiting. Welcome, Mr. Nataholdo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I am innocent. Alright, I understand. Well, we'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken, Flicky-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, the honor belongs to you. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine this crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. Ah, and of course, what? Have you forgotten what that inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garadeb, who discovered Mr. Shamsphere. Or Shamsphere, whatever. Ah, Mr. John Garadeb, yes. I expect we could find him in his sitting room. Oh my god. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I expect we could find him in his sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later. Examine. What is this cloth on the floor? Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Something look out of place in this room with its grim, shady going-ons. This one looks like it's a king's attire. A king. I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord, a daimyo, or such like. Would a chomage top knot? Every Japanese man wishes he had a chomage. Oh, you look wonderful with one, and you'd already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chomage and a sword? I'm trying to examine the thing on the floor, really. What's this? Looks like a part of the envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was open. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter, or at least of the envelope. And in fact, it's there. Ah, she's right. And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. Better take this in just in case. Torn off an envelope. Alright. Examine the teacups. The pair of teacups. Ah. One of the teacups that Mr. Shamsphere and his guests drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Nahal. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any. Don't worry anyway, the cups are both empty. That's true. So one was Mr. Shamsphere, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsumi was drinking from. But Seki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. Okay. Examine the bricked up window. Sounds about right. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of a former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they use to tax in Great Britain? I mean, making people pay for a number of windows they had in a property. It's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think I remember learning that. That shit was crazy to me. It's heartbreaking to think that the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh. What is it, Mrs. Sato? You look closely. A number of the bricks are loose. They are. Ah, yes, and it looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mrs. Shamesfair who did it, I wonder? Being the laundry renting this room. Ah, look at this, Mr. Naruto. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What outside? Dun, dun, dun. I assume examine the... Once they are removed, you can find 2 bars of soap. It's cold outside. You can feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night. It would be cold. More importantly, what is on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are the bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I have no idea. But the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. Maybe perhaps we should take one. There are 2 after all. Oh dear. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look here at the soap. Ah. You see, in the middle there's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain. It looks like a Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive. Then what's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Bar of soap has been entered in the court record. And then finally examine the red box with the lock on it. This one right here. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Ah, I see. Yes, now you pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. That's crazy. I never knew this was a machine that actually worked like that. What you mean? So you mean if you put a coin in here? That's right. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lighting and heating. So if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold. Yes, and if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank, thank goodness there's no meter in our office. All right. We're almost done with this whole section of investigation. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. And 5 minutes time, the place will be cornered off the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go and... What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah! Outside brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then it is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day! What? Walking Dead! How do you know The Walking Dead? That doesn't come out till like years later. Decades later, in fact. That the fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense he was saying, though? Poetry. I think, yes, it was a form of William Shakespeare. Oh, so he's just the name. Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. So we could have William Shakespeare's name, but not Sherlock Holmes? Whatever. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. Though it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned and it transpired that it hadn't killed him, he was taken by the emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Ah, it's this fucking guy. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What is a situation Mr. Natsumi arrested for murder? Oh my god. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsumi. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduce. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or an attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsumi in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Saseki's son's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Nadaho, though. Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! Man fucking struck a pose and dipped. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. It was from the case that we did prior! Yeah! Garrett's room, please. We got 4 things to talk about in Mr. Garrett's thing. Then we got 3 things to talk about in Saseki's thing. And then we're done for the day. I am extremely tired. Again, I only slept like maybe an hour. I took a nap before doing a stream. And surprisingly, it only lasted an hour. So there's that. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Garrett was the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. Ah, you chaps, huh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in, wait, what? In court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more Bali nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about the dead loss of an active chap in the ground floor room. Those are exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? The morning's incident. Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Ah, well, that hopeless active chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail, but at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no Bali answer. But that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door. Well, I called on the rum-looking Japanese chef to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Nadaho. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know... Well, okay. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry, and all that. It's just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Mr. Shamsphere. His name is Mr. Shamsphere, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamsphere took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word? Destitute? Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bally screw loose. It's hard to choose which category Saseki sound would fall into. That's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao. Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Nasumi is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamsphere would have had much in common. Shakespeare interpretation, a disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Nadahodo, really, how rude. My bad. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Nasumi's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, I must have been around about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Scared noticed that there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamsphere got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garadab, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know the precise movement of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean? Ah! That's a very good point! I can't imagine that you could hear noises from ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm an ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Boredom? And how did you know, Mr. Garadeb? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas. Speaking gas. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. The gas company supplies gas for properties via the main. Yes, I understand that, too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly. But at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. That reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, but because everything's connected to a single sudden supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen, though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite is also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter on the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So, by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above is used slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Gray. That's absolutely fascinating. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case, either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Graydev is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than ideal curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Alright, thank you for your conversation. To the prison! Alright, I got 3 conversations happening right here. And then we're calling it. That nap is really pulling up on me. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now? Look, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Oh, yes. What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolical deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Ugh, cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempt murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh? I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! Sorry to hear that. Oh, the selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shamsbury was never actually dead in the first place. Ah, yes, that might make sense. Then please say he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh. Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamsbury, didn't you? I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night, then, Mr. Natsume? There's nothing to tell, but Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I am eternally grateful to you for helping with the curse case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that that was only yesterday. When the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening at past 9, it must have been I visited Mr. Shamsbury. So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. I never been to his room before. It was the first time. And what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and then it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties into what Mr. Geradev said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again late that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. Exactly right. Romeo and Juliet! Who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate. I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mrs. Shamster's tea. No, never, not at all! Team Juliet won, that was me! And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear! Categorically. Cursed existence. Miss Anatomy, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Why am I giving him an accent? Whatever. Which is why I become a recluse, and even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. But why? But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent was cheap. I have a little money, and so it spoke to me. A rent. Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed. Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no. He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning. Brave. Or blinkered. But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. Alright, the last thing. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of beady eyes boring into my back, watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. And it was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to that place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me. That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night that Mrs. Shamster was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room. So we must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try out to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself will become history. Ooh, Sasato-san knows how to make the man listen. Of course. As the lord of the manor is worried about the curse on the room as well, Mr. Gerda. Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he will never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near that place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants in his last, what? And his lit rooms, whatever. What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shamsphere isn't in fact dead at all. Once he comes around, he's able to tell us what happened. We'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh? Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why did you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamsphere, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't it wonderful, Miss Natsumi? Oh, thank goodness, it's all over then. I can leave the somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mrs. Shamsphere has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... Sorry to say, I do. Yes. He's pointing the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ugh. By sweet poison did he seek it to end my life. That wicked, Kasif Soseki Natsume. No. I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting, waiting. Oh my god. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No! And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that Blighton had. Alright, I'll see you in a second, YouTube. Alright, welcome back, YouTube. I hope you enjoyed your 5-second break of me. But we're back onto the greatest tournament. You know what I realized? I haven't put this up last time. I don't know when the last time I put this up. Hold up. I completely forgot about my table. Wow. I'm stupid. Table. There you go. Completely forgot about my table. Oh, that's not what I'm doing. There you go. Okay. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. It seems to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Ah, good morning, Mrs. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he is cursed. Mr. Hanahoda, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Mr. Natsumi, good morning. Yes, morning. So here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikutoba Esquires. What's the bad news? Oh dear. You heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help but hearing what you say. Game? How the hell... Did I have some weird moment there? Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Barrick Van Zieks. Baruch. I mean, yeah, that's how you say it. I think his name. Baruch. I said Barrick. I think that would have a CK if it was Barrick and an A instead of an O. Okay. But Van Zieks! Ah! Oh no, 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 no! This so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. The trial 2 days ago, he pursues Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsumi's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zieks is the prosecutor. Oh no. That even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. We've experienced it firsthand. The man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. I hope we learn about like who the fuck is behind all that shit. Do I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again? Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper? Pair petrifying perils, potentially. Potentially. Like, I'm just like, potentially. Oh. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsumi. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now. I do. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle. I fear. Consider it's in 2 days. Yeah. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh yes. Do 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 do. I honestly don't know what my final decision on what the next game is gonna be after blah 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 blah. The greatest attorney. Thinking the AI files or the Zeroscape. I have those games available to me. There's also the other game that I have, but I might do that after my full finishing of Pokemon stuff. Because after this, we still got Pokemon stuff. And I kind of want to do a playthrough of fucking what's it called? Fucking of Infinite Fusions on stream. I'm not gonna lie. But like after we're done with Scarlet and Violet, once we're done with Scarlet and Violet, I'm gonna go into the Yu-Gi-Oh ROM, and then after the Yu-Gi-Oh ROM, we'll do the Digimon ROM. No, wait, no, my bad, wrong order. Mariomon, Yu-Gi-Oh, then Digimon, right? And then we'll go into a new series. So there's still a lot of Pokemon for Fridays, but it's just gonna be a while until then. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I was thinking of doing a Fire Emblem one, like starting from the first game, which is gonna be hard. And now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Zieks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. I like how they're kind of recapping the whole lore for some of these characters. Yeah, now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Seki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Ah, oh, fucking this dude again? Absolutely, I had the feeling the larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, she's hot. She's like hot, like, bro, fuck. It needs to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Alright. It's more attentive and paying attention, I guess. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the people of judgment is in the hands of the 6 members of the public. That the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or at least, that's the idea. We've gotten these people like 5 times. How many people are there, bro? That they can't pick up more people. This is not towards Capcom. This is just towards, like, the in-world system. But it's like, you're picking people at random. How are we getting repeats? Prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Currently, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Because why not? Very well, let us commence the trial. It's the saves resources. Less character models and shit. Lord Van Zeek, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decisions. However, the innocent verdict afforded to the eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetuate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the 10th murder of his neighboring an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. Oh, we're taking off the cape right off the bat. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. What's up? This is your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard Homicide Division. Ah, Seki Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsumi? Yes, my lord, sir. Quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garadeb household where the defendant has loungings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, yes. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in the room as a result of poisoning by strychnine? Whatever. He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means I presume that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. Although the victim, Mr. Shamster, lives to tell the tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yep, people will suspect he's dead. Yeah, the chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased. That's right. Everyone present believed that that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Now then, Mr. Natsumi. Yes. As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My loungings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my loungings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned, and me. What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsumi? How? Even on that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamster's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsumi. But it's so cold, my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonable, clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord, one more conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamster, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. Poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Yes, that's the crux of the whole case. Suki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsumi, what have you to say to the accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamster's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. Oh, wait. Whoops. X. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have an opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Good. And you will give your account on events on the night in question in the courtroom. Court now. Yes, my lord. Alright. Press statement 4. Oh, wait, shit. This is new information. The catastrophic night. I was around 9 o'clock the evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Stretch takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guests left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but the testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsumi claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably, though. Teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you overlook something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector says Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable, why? It's simple enough, there was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. You only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. Lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see, thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over to the over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors are looking daggers at me. But that don't matter. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel of the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Yeah, now we press statement 4. Cross-examination. 2, 3, 4. Mata! How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. There's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It always so awful. Man, Jim is crazy when it, Man, Jim is crazy. What is wrong with me? I don't know what's wrong with you. Oh dear, what's good, Sly? 30 minutes is a long time. Long time no see, also. Certainly long enough for a victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And further, it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I'm doing good. What about you, man? I'm doing alright, man. You know, the usual. We finished 100 line last week on Saturday, so there's that. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Word, word. It was a short stream too, cause I didn't expect to like finish at that moment, and I was like, oh shit, you know. But I did it. It was like an hour or something. I missed 2 to 3 weeks. You have, bro. I'm playing Persona 3 right now, and the song changing seasons low-key hard. Bro, all of P3 music, all of P3, P4, and P5 music has been great. And even every reversion or revamp has been also great. Like, I like the originals, I like the revamps. I love every version of them. I can't wait for P4's revamps and like what they're gonna do with like some certain songs. That one does have like good songs. Like P4 has very good songs. Very well, the court will add the report to the court record as evidence. The victim's medical report has been added. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Okay, then we have to victim's medical report on statement 2 or 5. I can on 5. That's fine. Does Natsumi say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with the report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem, because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. What? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning, and yet the defendant, Mr. Natsumi, left the victim's room at 11. The one on the knee. My heel hurts. I kicked someone in the knee. Oh, what you're like? You did a back kick, like a backswing. That's the only way I can think you could hurt your heel. Yeah. Hey man, you're learning how to do combat or fight. Technically, yeah. You are learning on martial arts. Side bun. Oh, the little. Yeah, I get what you're talking about. That's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsumi brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wah! The fact that both of them fucking reacted like that. Ben's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Don't say some shit about he delayed it or whatever. Stop being a douche. Pray forgive the discourtesy in my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would be would best complement the contents of my hollow chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend, it appears to be chasing the phantom idea. A phantom. It is so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsumi brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. And in my country, there is an even more apt saying, there's nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Who the fuck drinks cold tea? Like, okay, don't get me wrong, there's iced tea, but there's a reason why it's iced tea. I'm talking about like, you had hot tea, and that shit just cool the fuck out. Like, you had hot tea and you just let that shit sit and it just became cold. I'm like, what? Becomes weird when it's cold. Like, the taste of it. At least for me. But the point is if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities. I'm bored. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, you see, for example... I did the well part, I didn't do the for example. The man could have had another visitor. Another visitor. That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You said this may have been a suicide, Counsel. Mr. Shamspeare has categorically denied suicide. And the idea can and must be discounted in game. But he could be lying. Sly, have you been playing the new P5X game that's mobile and on PC? I don't know if it's on consoles. I can't get it? Ah, damn. That's tragic. Something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks? For some reason, it's banned on my in my country. No idea why, but I do believe the company that made it is a Chinese company. I might be wrong on that. But maybe it has to do with like China and Saudi Arabia's like system of like how they like work their thing, or I don't know, man. That's like, you could probably have to look in more detail why on that. But again, it's, yeah. I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. You have a VPN, don't you? Just use VPN. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? So they do fuck with you. I don't know what it is. How not? Too lazy for that? You did it for other things, though. What? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. I think you will only have to do it once, no? Because it's just for you to download it, and then it will just be available for you having it on your phone or on PC. Brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. Oh. A board player that struts and fruts his hour upon stage and then is heard no more. On an Android phone, it would have been easier. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. My room is getting warm. Need my AC. Okay, it's so weird. Who, sir, are you? William Shamsu, my lord, at last was I undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I decided I'm not gonna buy a PC because I don't have enough space for it, like, genuinely, so I'm saving for a Steam Deck instead. OLED version. I mean, yeah. You do you, man. Whatever you think is best. Calling him as a witness. Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shamsphere, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsumi. Let the court now hear from the victim. To the Steam library that I have. Alright. So that's Mr. Shamsphere. But who's the other man beside him? Yes, I think I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. A writer of words so sweet, they do scent the breeze. An inventor of ideas so profound, they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Oh, the name's, Meterman. Andron B. Meterman. Or Adron. Adron B. Matter. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was just kind of looking at his name like, I work for the Altamont Gas Company East and Branch Office. I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yeah, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? I shouldn't have ordered food. I'm so tired, man. Well, now you gotta make sure you're up until you can get the food. What's the man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's loungings. Something wrong, Mr. Adaholo? Excuse me, can we have a word? Shuck up hose and fucking dipped. Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Gyarados' house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with the case? So, Mr. William Shamsphere, you are the victim in the miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you commend me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to arrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be a noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Actually, taking the seraph anagram idea seriously. Thank you, Mrs. For your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Shamsphere doing here? The gasman, I mean. What, me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence, when you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night of the question. Moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. It is not. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman? Hang on, no. I'm just here. I hereby call for your formal testimonies. We'll tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile, and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth that of the wintry night of my discontent. Man, looking like Popeye. The snow lay about. My neighbor did come in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips at that late hour, not else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella. Suspicious, I say. Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mrs. Shamsphere's room all night. That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Oh, well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man, wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The buzzing busybody hath not parted in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed, make no more ado about his tedious words. Ado? I love Ado from the thing. What do you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question, nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Start with the first one. Mata! To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Miss Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs. And at what time did the mustachioid Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for an hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. We were embroiled in such a literary debate as history had not seen before. By which I presume he means a discussion about who was the stronger Romeo, who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst being neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, that thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jiu-jitsu, but nearly did I dream 'twould be a skill practiced by the commonly maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary, oh yeah. Let me stop you there. Mr. Nasri left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. For real. The defendant had really put the poison into your tea. That 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. I like the dance he's doing. This guy is kind of me. I kind of like Shakespeare. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did his tarry, but after he took leave of me. Fate was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again, and who was stronger? Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. Post the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off the mortal coil. We all know what that means. I got my food, time to eat. Feast, feast, brother, feast. This tastes like food, you know? I heard that food tastes like food. It's crazy. Did you, so you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more often the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard of playwright. Hence it is that there doth not in my chamber be then to the customs of mine art, not my cart. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from the room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. Huh. The fuck were you doing outside of his room? But the windows of the house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there was a few bricks loose, weren't there? For some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I think they gave me the wrong order. Oof. Big oofs. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my words, so that's what I'll keep doing as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left. He was in the room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. We can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the whatever. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison container himself, it's clear that this was no attempt suicide in game. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Or yeah, whatever. Ah yes, lucidly explained, counsel, thank you. Excuse me. Really was, you can't argue with that logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round backed Eastern fella. Oh, my bad. I forgot to press on that. That was a regular statement. Mata! You see a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it wasn't the defendant then. How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. Well, you should have on around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrive, did he... When the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamsford drink tea together? Nah, sorry, I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room at all that well, could I? Well, what I did was the silhouette of that little round black backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. Huh. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you say with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question. Gasman's honor. My lord. Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman. I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me? Yes. Are we to understand that you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes. Wait, no, the defense is in the middle of a... To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. But in the end, what difference? What difference do they make? None, as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't take 5 bub home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Well, let the court be appraised of your decision. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as the defendant's culpability. Monkey see, monkey do. All of you. Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. Not if I have something to say about it. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel, to the guilty being punished. Ah! Get it, Mr. Nato, please! Trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? What about the information I found in the Encyclopedia of British Law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations, remember? Domination examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have the jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in British Court of Law, if we can reverse the decision of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. The trial can't end now. Still does the armband thing, but I'll have it on him. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right into summonation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nipponese friend's inability to admit defeat? You chose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. So I know the defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to examination examination, because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with examination examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity, and we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which of you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Will do. Judicial findings. The victim may not be well off, but he's a nobleman and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man. While I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie, in fact, I think he's rather splendid. Let's look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese. Stoops all the while and has a mustache. Very fishy. Fucking what? There's no evidence to suggest that the gangly actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care, like, I just need this trial to end quickly. Free food? Oh, damn, they give you your money back? That's dope. Hopefully you like the food, though. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamsphere is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. They refused my appeal? Oh, well, shit. Sadly, nothing more Mr. Natsumi has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I plead with the jury on the Soseki-san's behalf before it worked, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how the summonation examination works. Oh, well, you're still very new to British law after all. That's true, I suppose. Okay. That's true, I suppose. And Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Mr. Sato-san out. Wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not bother? No need, I got it. Thank you for the kind offer, Mr. Sato, but I've been through plenty of these summonings and administration already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand, and I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summonation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. Press on number 1. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I have no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely, Mr. Natsumi is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's tea. When we take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Ah, well, that's alarmingly logical. Well, let me be frank here, I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen on the jury would do the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening. What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know? You'll have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury, then? Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget that what you said. Huh. Alright. Okay. But Frostman, what do you mean by that, madam? It really is the most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that the customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure our employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Quinby. Quinby? Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Nadahoda. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamsir was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end of the lengths to the population of the East End will go to in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night, we're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Shamsir is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish the sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed the public gallery in here, oh my god. You have noticed the public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man have not heard, the ear of man have not seen. Fate wouldst thou would wound me with thy words, where I too let them penetrate the skin. But serves here not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in the Altamont gas explosion. So Mr. Shamsir has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement. My pleasure. Was it a bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before that part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. I like her. This could be it. This could shift the balance. She's reasonable. Alright. Pit you and number 1, I believe, right? Pit these two against each other. Yes. Higiyari! These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 1. What are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of the Altamont Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turned out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? Oh my god. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true we don't have evidence as such just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing it as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Oh, so they did accept it. Did you, like, have to, like, show them pictures or something? I would assume you'd be like, look, this is my order, and this is not my order's food, you know? They're so sexy for getting the wrong order. I mean, hopefully, again, you do like the food that they have. Because, personally, if they got my order wrong, and it's not, like, let's say, for example, right? I order a pepperoni pizza, right? Like a whole pie. They come with me like with meat lovers deluxe or some shit, or mushrooms or some shit like that, right? And if like they get my order wrong, bro, I'm gonna get tight. But if it got like regular cheese, yeah, I'm a fucking... I pressed spacebar by accident on my fucking thing, and now I'm like lost in my... Oh, I'm good, okay. Nah, I talked to an actual person and showed pictures. Okay, yeah, so at least you spoke to someone and you showed them the photos of what it was. Plus, they added 10 extra. Yes, sir, my order cost like $10 and they added $5 extra as compensation. That's pretty funny. Hey man, you lucked out. As long as you show evidence, I think it's really where like it really will hold down the ground. Do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1. Oh my god, I keep pressing A. You say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamsu was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. And as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen on the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. The Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Hell yeah. Take that, Van Zeeks! That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Victory. I love being honest. Hey, man. As long as you're honest. Order, order. Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summonation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. Therefore, declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. I'm just like, yeah, bitch. Take that, Van Zeeks! Take your wine and fucking drink it! Or throw it, I guess. You have spoiled the banquet, Mr. Shamsphere. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. This is the only time you'll probably see me ever speaking Shakespeare. Strangely enough, I don't hate Shakespeare. from time to time. It depends on how he writes his shit. But if it's understandable, I'm okay with it. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burnt bright at... aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what do you say? I take it, Mr. Shakespeare, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery. Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Ah, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shakespeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. Shakespeare English low-key easy? That's interesting. Someone who has English as their second language saying that Shakespeare is easy is crazy to me. I've heard so many people complain about it. Even people who speak English are like, I can't. It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. I don't know why I said heavily that loud. I'm sorry if that fucking boosted the volume there. I learned it through reading it a little. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on this case. Oh no. However, in the light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for the court not to pursue the point further. I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas and the case are not unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, worker? Absolutely, Lady Queen Bee. Gasman's honor. I even sometimes used the stupidly written English as a joke. Oh, Shakespeare language. I don't. What time period was that again? I forgot. But yeah, when Shakespeare was a whole thing, it was like very like adamant and like so profound. The older I got, the more I'm just like, I get it. I get it. Now, people using it as like a way to for like pick up chicks is crazy to me. Cause you get specific women with that, and that's like, what? Does it thou? I think it's does thou. Dost thou you is thou yourself is thine or whatever. What the fuck did he just say to me? Listen, I'm into the medieval shit and golden age. That's how I easily learn. Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. If I may, my lord. Wait. Be my lord on the Automount gas name, I swear. If I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Yeah. Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man? Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Sato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, she fine. I'm profound. I'm profound. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigating a meter money collection agent. Out-of-amount gas meters accept through threepenny bits each coin, giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamster's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Why don't you go for it, man? Just shoot your shot. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hollow chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? How now? Then be in infamy of not knowing what could be. That is all that should concern the court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, I want someone to make a record of like how many times Van Zeeks throws these like chalice wine glasses and the wine bottles. Sometimes I don't know if they're full or not, obviously, because we can't tell. But I want to see how much money Van Zeeks has spent on that in general, because this man has just done that. I thought Van Zeeks was Miles Edgeworth. Could be a descendant, just like Rinosuke is the descendant. Well, not descendant, ancestor. Or, you know, a great. Like Rinosuke is to Phoenix. Clearly, what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nation is more than a geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testament. The cross-examination must be go ahead. There's a bottle. Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance, but I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. The first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Can you believe there's a generation of kids who are having the same experiences as you right now? What are you talking about? I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator. Oh, this is the thing. Okay. Press on statement 3. Out of interest, how long has it been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. You've examined the meter in Mr. Chancellor's room, I take it. Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. I meant same experiences that you went through. Again, what are you talking about? And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock, the Shamster Special. That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. We're growing old, and these motherfuckers spawning and experiencing what we experienced. What is it that what we experienced? You're not clarifying on the experience. Like, that's the only thing I'm like, what are you talking about? When they opened up the money box and found it bare, you what? I said, you what? And look on his face, this smarmy smile of his. Anything in general. That is so vague in its own right, and that, like, I don't know how to either disagree or agree with you. I don't know what our experience relates to their experiences. If anything, they have it better. They have way more technology than at least I had, like from starting off. I was born 1997. That's right around the cornerstone of 2000. I started with a Nintendo 64. They gave away my NES and Super NES a long time ago to family members. I started with a 64, and my gaming history has just been from there on. If I'm talking about gaming, technology-wise, my phone was a regular like flip phone, and then I got a BlackBerry. Then I got a fucking yeah, I got a BlackBerry. I got the fuck. What was the flip phone called? A Sidekick. I got a Sidekick. I had a Sidekick. So I had a flip phone, a Sidekick. I had a BlackBerry. Then I had a regular phone, like a regular like Android, like way ages ago. And then I got an iPhone, and then changed from iPhone to an Android again, but with a current gen. And that's all like in phone wise. iPads have been a more bigger thing at like when we were like 2020s. No, way earlier than that. 2015s, I would say, or maybe earlier than that, to be honest. Computers had gotten way more advanced, bro. Like, what are you on about? I hope kids' iPads explode when they're not near it, so they're forced to socialize and play outside. Here's the thing. Parents use iPads and iPhones just to literally have them be, like, still. Like, to be taken care of in their own, like, placement. I personally want to raise my kids without giving them a phone until maybe best middle school to high school. So they're not so infatuated with like devices like that. And like, at me as a parent, I think I'm gonna play the role as in like, I want to do it in this way where it's like, they're not so attuned to technology. Even like video games, it's like, I'll give them like a set hours of how long they should be playing video games. Because look at me, a deadbeat, playing on stream, having no money. Working on a dream that should be dead, but I have full-on courage and... Not courage, what is it the word? Dedication. Dedication and just passion for streaming. I wish I was a bigger streamer by this point, but hey, what can I say? The cards are not in place right now. But like I said, yeah, like, it's like, I'm gonna definitely just be like, hey, like, you can only play this many hours, depending on how long you can watch TV. It's like, I want you to be active. Like, I don't want you to be like me, you know? That whole segment. But the thing is, kids are they have a lot of energy. It's like, you really gotta, you know, keep maintaining them and make sure, you know, you're on their radar the entire time. Or they're on your radar, I should say. Not a bad I did grow up on an iPad after elementary school. However, an iPad during kindergarten, which is definitely bad. Like I said, it's like, I don't think I'll give them newer gen related things. I think around when they start hitting middle school to like high school, that's when it's like, you know, that whole segment of like, hey, we're gonna give you more stuff. Like, here's the phone, so you could contact us if anything of an emergency. Here's some money for in case you need to buy something for an emergency. It's like, I want them to grow up in a sense of like, you need to be like, I wouldn't say independent, but like definitely like strive to be social in a way, you know? I don't want them ending up like me, antisocial as fuck and broke. But that's a future thing, you know? However, iPad during kindergarten and elementary is definitely bad. Giving my kid a toy Spider-Man so the legacy continues. I'll be giving them toys. I'll be giving them, like, what's it called? I'll definitely let them play my older consoles. So, for example, definitely would start them off with Nintendo 64. I still have my Nintendo 64. I just hope the cartridges will work. Or, well, technically, I could give them the Switch where you could play older gen consoles and stuff like that. Yeah. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. I'm sorry about that tangent, YouTube. We're just conversating. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being, open anywhere. Not a single sign. What's happening to my salary as a result? Down for 3 shillings a day. That's what. Life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing became of it. I still got it. Oh? Right here. No wonder they call you Meter Man. I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing. Okay. Definitely. Although at first glance there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the content of the meter. Oof. Okay, inspect the bottom. Got it. Not that. Oh, have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto? Just here, there's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I say. So you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamsford? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamont Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Okay. Okay. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Hole? What? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamsford secretly opened the hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be all that surprised, but why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You couldn't get fartin, whatever, through that. Later, Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does the meter know that the coin it's been fed is a threepenny bit? Ah, I see where you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit. I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it isn't permanent, whatever. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins the exact diameter. Yeah, okay. Inspect the bar of soap. Look at the bar of soap. There's a circular depression on the side about 2 meters across. 3/4 of in. Oh, do you think? We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we? Yes, yes, there were 2 bars on the little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. But I'm sure that's when we... I'm having a stroke, sorry. There's some sort of reddish medallion in the middle there. I remember it clearly. Yes, but there's no sign of it now. Where could it have gone? Present it? Present it. Let me just confirm something here, Jesus. The diameter and thickness were to be correct. The meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Well, by something of coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamsphere's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something that the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? The item in question is this. What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap. It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm going to have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Oh. Whoops! We're almost done with this bit. Then I'll call it. Gotta turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah! Are you referring to the round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? I'm gonna sleep, man. Good night. You have a good night, Sly. Hope I see you tomorrow and or Saturday. For whatever, you know. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word, you couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. So, your assertion amounts to what? That amount inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. The pressure in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. I must concur at least that punishing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour it into the mold. You could make fake coins in no time. This brings all the pieces to the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsphere has been used to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, to follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air. Yes, exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's rooms. That is your assertion, counsel. The defenses will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants... Sorry. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make a fake coin disappear be seen? Here. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside. Yes, outside where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap. Ah, I get it. That's right. The answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Mr. Chancery has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Almond gas. Just like that. So simply. So simple. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madame. I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money we spent to develop the new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you would like evidence, I'll provide it. What? Mr. Naoholo, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that the theory would come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Chancery has been stealing gases. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken to Inspector Gregson, and it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare. What remnants? The water on the floor? Here you can see the gas meter on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. Water. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was heating his room and all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare is slumped over his table, apparently have consuming starchinine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand. Meal of soap is not... Do you mean to say he was using that fork too? Yes. To extract the frozen corn from the bar of soap. But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. You just got that bottle. I know for a fact that shit was filled. Lord Van Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and I happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly do you establish with your most recent cross-examination? Well, Mr. William Shakespeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. That's it. That's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted in-game. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The ungasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way to poison could have have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is a liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for an immediate adjudication. What? Oh, I realize he calls her Queen Bee and she looks like a bee. I get it. Order. Well, counsel, how does the defense... Listen, now, hold up. What was the point of the last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying? Raise an objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? But counsel, you successfully explained everything. You've identified the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeek just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Nipponese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witness to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to consider, namely... and point out that the poison might not have been in the tea. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsumi, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsumi's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim, Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel, present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can you tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Good gracious! The soap again! The same bar that the victim used to use as fashioned his coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. It just came back to me. Something about when we first found the bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. Soap, what are the bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside of the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discover the gas thieves' coin factory fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. The coins we found in the soap are at the time were in normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red? No. You mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I would remind the court of the statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial. That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamster's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. Ah, yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasion, the poor constructed water mains in the east end are prone to freezing. So, on the night in question, Mr. Shamster had no running water to use. What? Was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in the bar of soap outside of Mr. Shamster's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it if for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been more conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. Ugh, you smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do a defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and the defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, to determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff Billy instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. Here you go. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust that you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the required tests immediately. The trial will resume on the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate to the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, managed to scrap through this there somehow. Thank you, Counsel's Court is adjourned until tomorrow. Alright, cool. To be continued? What are we doing? Yep. Alright, YouTube. We'll see you in a bit. Wait, I'm so confused. I think this is meaning to say part 2, or the way how they wrote it in the guide is weird. But yeah, I think this is part 3 of the entire thing. Okay. Alright. I was like, what? Ooh, we made it back in one piece. Just to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. I know. What a close shave. What a close shaves? What a lot of close shaves. I should read more. There are so many carriages on the streets of London. You were very nearly flattened several times. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Nanahodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England working as a lawyer, in the Old Bailey, no less. Truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. Wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Alright. Today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? Is my game like 10 times louder right now? What's happening? Why are you like audio enhanced? I don't know if me lowering this volume would actually lower the volume of whatchamacallit, of the stream. For now, we'll just go with it. When the victim himself turned up in the court and took the stand, I know. Not only that, but then finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Sasaki-san poisoning the tea. Careful of your phrasing, Susato-san. He didn't poison anything. There's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know. I'm sure of it. Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one was that? Let me see. Ah, yes. He's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's, as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah, yes, after Sasaki-san stabbed her in the back. Do be careful of your phrasing, that all son. He didn't stab anyone. Perhaps we both owe Sasaki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So, we know that Sasaki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspear's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea thief and the bar of soap. Well, if we run into the Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Let me just check something real quick. Where's my... Oh, wait, where's my thing here? The game is weirdly louder, right? Or is it just me? Well, I'm gonna keep, like, tabs on it right now. Kazuma Soge, the best friend... Why did I say my best friend? The best friend I ever had. And a lawyer with such promise, he really saved my bacon in a horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway? Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough. I'm sure no one will notice. Oh, no one will know. Kazuma, why won't you tell me why? Why go to these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial that you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You had a natural talent for it, believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at a forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose though.
Ooh, looking cool, Joker.
Francisca Von Karma, good name. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I don't have my chat up right now because I'm just making sure my audio is pretty okay with the game. I kind of want to lower it because the game is still loud for me personally. Let me just like lower it to 50. I think it did have an effect on it, but it's okay if it did. I appreciate the follow, thank you. If you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh no. Never mind. Not Hodo-san. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. That's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, or of course. Yes, that's right, but... Yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? I mean this. His katana. Never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes, actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Kuruma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Kuruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do. Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What did he mean by something very important that I have to do? I hope that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but... as yet, I've not found a single clue. I see. Alright. Move to the Shomes. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, Runo, and Susie. Hurry, you're back. Oh, hooray, you're back, not hurry, you're back. Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am, and you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups. Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell? Look. Aha! The wonders return at last! Where on earth have you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure you think you did? Well, yeah, we can laugh about it now. Wait, is that what he said? Oops. Well, we can laugh about it now, yeah, actually. So tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really, I wonder how. I would have liked to see it. And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zeeks an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes? Naturally. There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Odor. Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh, dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to? Lord Van Zieks? Lord Baroque Van Zieks is, yes, it's an interesting, what? Sobriquet? Okay, sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once a legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the court, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. But vanish how exactly? Sorry, there's something on my screen. Okay. By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. It all seems a little far-fetched, really. While on the bright side, Mr. Mustaches is fighting fit, for the time being at least. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zieks' own hand. As it happens, Mr. Saddle, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly came up under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast iron alibi. Really? And so his reign continued but 5 years ago. He vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, so I heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. The bitter fight to the death conceded with the Reaper's resurrection. Really did end bitterly indeed. And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Reno. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky, or incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing. Of all Japanese people. Foul smell. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of the London less frequented streets. Frequented. They regularly sell what purports to be a high quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful, Iris. At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Ooh. It turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed. The blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a practically fine, Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? Why, dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. Hence why the chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I want to drink up my coffee. Excuse me. I regularly engage in these scientific experimentations alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Jones method will be the foundation upon which modern investigation is based. Sorry, my nose is being weirdly stuffy. This little tea incident was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science. I suppose I should find out more about that. Add that to the list of things. Alright. Japanese people. With Mr. Natsumi, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Mr. Sato and myself, I felt that it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeke seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed. It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it, do you, Mr. Sholmes? It was about 10 years ago that Baruch Van Zeke chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No. What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but a veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course. I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustaches who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. So, your T-test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is a high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. I forgot if I asked you. Hello, Sly. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in the field myself, of course. Did I tell you about my plan of getting a Steam Deck OLED? Yes, you did. You told me like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago? I forgot when. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes? There are others in the field already, and I uphold the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints. I forgot, low-key. It'd be like that. A nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Sag. It's a Sunday. You can make it a cheat day. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous or black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. We have already, actually. But this is a previous trial to that trial, so that makes sense. I paid so much. Do you go, like, every day? Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Runa. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we'd witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood, probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. No, really, I don't like, every 2 days, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. Every week, I'm letting my right foot heal and it's bothering me. Oh, I was so fucking confused for a second. I was like, what? Sunday, and then you skip Monday, go to Tuesday, then Wednesday, then Thursday, then Friday. Well, technically Friday to Sunday would be 3 days though, right? Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Well, we'll eagerly await your arrival. I mean, you gotta rest, man. And can you not change it personally for you? Like, make it a double day or something? Or make it Saturday, so that way you could go Saturday then Sunday? I don't know. It depends what you want to do. Bye-bye, Runo. Bye, Susie. We're done with this area, right? Yeah. Move to Shakespeare's room. Oh, I forgot there's like a little flavor text here in there. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window, did you find it with the tea in it? Yeah, we found it alright, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's with the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today. That's wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry? Nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. Yeah, we got it. What are you saying, Sly? Nah, it's still it's a still schedule. It can't be changed unless there's like official governmental days off or rain or whatever like that. By rain, I mean like thunderstorms. I guess thunderstorms are like pretty bad. Fucking Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed! Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi! What are you doing here, Sholmes? What? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under security, it seems. Thought he was wearing a crown? The crown is on the thingy. Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? With the greatest pleasure, my dear madame. The only character I actually give a voice to in this whole series so far. Oh, hell yeah, he puts on the mask that has the little thing. That's actually pretty dope. What's all this? All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. Sherlock Holmes' sensational skin print Seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. That shit is a revolver. You could call me Revolver. Awesome. Yeah. A sample from Mr. Shamster's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touches is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. Ooh. There, now spray the chemical indicated about and all will be revealed. Spray. How do I do that actually? A little press with the A button on the area you're interested in. It is all that required. Like this. How did he spray the top left, but it was like whatever. What is that stuff? It's like a fog. A suspension of the chemical indicator in the pressured gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered instantly whilst I was developing the idea. As you do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Oh, interesting. Jesus! Look, there's a dozen of handprints here. Well, there are. A great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. Sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say it's a rather dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious. You wouldn't generally admire a picture from such a close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mr. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery, then. Oops. Spray everything. I think you could just spam it. Sometimes? It's weird. There you go. Oh, look at this here. Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Okay, we searched the whole place. Okay. Well, we sprayed Mr. Sholmes' amazing skin print indicator all over the room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there, and the wall by the picture, you mean? Wait, did I have to do something with this? Meanwhile, Sholmes gives you the photo of the handprints on the wall, which enter the court record. Okay. Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I would be a moment. Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Nutho. One of the floorboards had popped out. One of the... You mean... the secret hiding place? Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here? Oi! What are you lot doing? Inspector Gregson, stand aside right this moment. I have to investigate here. No need, Inspector. You continue to dig in into your portion of chips, whilst we dig around under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Mr. Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I would lift a straw tatami mat. Sometimes. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh. I'll investigate it at once. Alright. I love that she's on top of a box. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly, only the wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. There you are, prints for you. Photograph of the handprints on the wall. Oh, thank you very much. The invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know! So am I. I think I low-key would be cool if I had 6 fingers. And the 6th finger is a functional finger. I don't think... No. How do you feel about, like, 4 fingers, technically? You know, 1 is a thumb, obviously, but the other 3 are, like, regular fingers. Like, it works, right? But, like, do you really need a 4th finger in reality? Like, I guess you could hold another small object in between the fingers, but other than that, I got nothing. I love to... an extra finger just seems like too much at that point. You're like, why? I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're all acquainted. Inspector Gregson? Really? It's been too long. What is this, Holmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. If I had 4, I might as well have 3 and be just like the TMT. Yeah, but their fingers are kind of big, like the 2 fingers, and like they can like hold things like that easier. A small failure. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what the under the floorboard. I'm gonna be honest, you're gonna have a tough time doing a lot of things with, I think, 1 finger. You can still lift shit. I'm like, what I'm doing right now is like kind of like lifting my cup with my middle finger and my thumb. You can still do shit. It's just, again, you know, I think if we didn't have thumbs, it would be harder to live life because our thumb is really the helper of many things. Because you can't hold. Honestly, I'm like trying not to lift it because there's still coffee in this cup, but I'm like doing my index finger and my middle finger to try to like lift the cup. I can barely even do that. If anything, if to lift the cup, I would need to put both fingers, or like I have to put my middle finger inside the cup while the other finger is outside the cup if I want to lift shit up like that. But if like you're just trying to hold it from the base, it won't work. I almost fell in the toilet. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Alright then. Fair is fair. What? You discovered the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it, Clicky, my dear fellow. There's one thing I know about this man. It's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut. Time to shower with a cold water? Go ahead, have fun. There were 3 items under the floor there, and a newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? All of them, I guess. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. In like 10 to 15 minutes, I pretty much had the shock and died. Okay. In-game. I got you. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness. He committed a capital offense. Man by the name of Selden. A nasty piece of work into the burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he'd hidden it somewhere and no one knows where, and now he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I go over the paperwork we've got on Sedan back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. So this is the photograph. Photograph I found looks reasonably recent to me. Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here. And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadab, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garadab's son, perhaps? Perhaps you can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows the identity of the young fellow that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work. All the more reason I'm not telling you. To smell failure. Yes, I heard. Wonder why the photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shakespeare himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garadab was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably had a proud present of it. Alright, then the tin box. Now this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be the last surprise. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. What? Shakespeare, give us a clue, man! You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo, but anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, thin air. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. There's nothing more to this box, then. I wonder. All right. So we're finished with this. Now we can move it ahead where we're going. Gatito. Oh hey. Isn't this Wagahai? Oh look, it's the lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsumi's, isn't it? I don't think we ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it? Wagahai. You know, like Mr. Natsumi refers to himself in Japanese. Oh, he says Wagahai, like, as in, that, I was like wondering why his name was Wagahai. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I brought for you from the cat's meat man. You got it. Look at him eat. I could tell the Capcom team, or the, you know, the team who made the Phoenix Wright and or the Greatest Attorney, literally had fun animating this, and they love cats. He couldn't be happier now. Look, I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner too. All right. Look at him just chilling. Alright, we don't need to do anything with the cat, right? Okay, move to the prison. Whoop! Went too high or too low. Oh, Mr. Natsumi is back. So he is. Mr. Natsumi, hello. Do your JoJo poses. I am a cat. What? Sorry. I don't know who Mr. Natsumi is or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts or trials or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. No, he's trying to escape from reality. He already has, completely. So, what is your cat name, then? As yet, I have no name. Not all. He hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsumi? I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. But what's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate. But it's not me. No, this morning's proceeding in court prove that there's hope. Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in the court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. This morning's trial. My whole life have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there are perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today being at that courtroom was... It was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we did deduce and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's it. That's a solemn sworn second certainly. Tell me, did you both drink tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shamster then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shamster, what have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently. I've been holed up in my room immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. Let you know what, Mr. Natsumi? About the soap, of course. What else? Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager stipend? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence as in such accursed lodgings. Oh yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and is trying to kill me. Capital offender. Why do I ask, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps? Alright. This is where we have to present him the capital offender. What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamster's room. Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry. About this man, so then. A convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, much maligned Japanese man. Good pose. Mr. Natsumi, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. The Sedan man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time I was hiding out in my lodgings, at Mr. Garadub's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room. Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of the capital offense. Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when I started. The curse. What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsumi? It's already caused one death, and a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after fell down is in fact. The poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside, exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, that was the start of it. Do you have any idea how the laundry before you passed away, Mr. Natsumi? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Gas. I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mrs. Garadab came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I had known beforehand, I probably would have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease is luckily legal. Lucky for Mr. Garadab, maybe, but not so lucky for Mr. Poor Natsumi. And now you believe the curse is affecting you. It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you? The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. But why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. Then there's what happened to Mr. Sholmes last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident than can be explained by the curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garadab's rooms. It seems a lot of strange things. So go to Garadab's room. All right. All right. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garadab. Right, Bali business it is for me, you know, getting out and about. Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance? Naturally, fate of my longings hanging in the balance and all that, not a trial of miss. Fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted longings, yes. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted longings or some such. Ah, well, at least he knows. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsumi's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey Den as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened. Stopped off at the prison on the way home. In fact, beastly business. I see. So, what brings you to the haunted abode today, eh? You got some questions. Your lodgings. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that Bali curse. Or, yeah, the convict's curse, you mean. Ah, I heard the stories, have you? Brown scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was the woman who dropped dead just outside on the street, not to mention the actor out yesterday. Am I next, huh? Well, can't help get the collie wobbles, can you? When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamster, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still. Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. Personally, I should be quite content with such allowance. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why, it sounds like a lap of luxury. I'm not so sure about that. Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either. But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here. It never hurts to keep an eye on things in case there are any mishaps or such like. I think you've had your mishap already, sir. Not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. Heaven forgive me, the words just came out to my lips. Your lodgers. Some fishy fellow from the Far East and failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? There's no need for that, Mr. Gerdeb. That's right, Mr. Natsumi is in no way fishy. He is undeniably peculiar, however. It is right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away. Yeah, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap so keen for a place with a background, as it were. I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lounging under your roof? Veiled actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it. Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in the regard, Mr. Gerdeb, if I might ask? Well, it was that Selden, a scoundrel as it happens. Selden, the convict, you mean? So, do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection then? The convict chap Selden passed away in the clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other. Yes, we've seen the report from the newspaper at the time. I think I just forced my foot to heal. I don't know how that works, but sure. Well, it was only 3 days later that the Terragadin showed his face and the actor fellow. Really? Me neither. Yes, I remember it quite distinctly. 'Tis small, 'tis world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take the room on the middle floor offered Iriwal for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a laundry on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Those curls must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing. Very well, we have an accord. Glad to hear. Lo, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate. Nice. Don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. What I heard in court today sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, alright. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Gerdeb. We are most graceful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines then. Alright, then we present to him this one thing. I don't know. Mr. Gerdeb, could I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there? No, not at all. He was a lounger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Duncan Ross. The street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot just for kicks, really. Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsumi? Yes, that's right. Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap. Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Yes, Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school, had to work to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor room about a year ago after the criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. History of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my laundries are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. Smell of gas that alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it, no air at all. Stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. So Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a quick. A quick sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. But even after you had all that work done, Mr. Natsumi says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the Bali curse, the convict's curse. I've done my duty as a landlord now. Someone's feeling defensive. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. A love letter, you mean? Yes, where did I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk. If you'll excuse me, let me see now, what does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mrs. Sato, that is precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me. I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no. Sadly, he didn't address it, though. So I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. I see, that's going to play on my mind. But really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone. I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. Olive Green? The woman who was plunged into the coma after a knife plunged into her back outside the house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Sasaki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence? So, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. This guy. I think we got everything, right? Yeah. Let me go to Miss Green's hospital bed. Rat! Mr. Nadahodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. See if Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at least. At last. This is the good news. Ah! What is it? Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hit something behind her back. One moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? Doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. Alright, what we gotta do? Examine the bottle for the accolade in the Chronicles version of the game. Whoops. This is the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. Suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Oh no. Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear. And I thought it was Miss Green. Oh my god, having examined Miss Green's bottle. Down in one. Miss Green, I should be worrying about at the moment. Ryu, we gotta talk, man. You can't take all of it at once. There's a reason why it's the dosages. Present the photograph. This one, right? Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh, you knew him, didn't you? Oh my god. Oh. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Oh no, I'm so sorry. The bottle of medicine fell down when she did. Miss Green, are you alright? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross has been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garadab's. Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Alright. Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. I do hope you won't think think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our... Mr. Nada, hold up. Surely you were not about to leave? Like he just comes out of nowhere. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shot. The mouse is dead. They killed the rat. Watching intently from the shadows as always. I'll make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Poor rat. It was poison, I had a feeling. Something which occurs to me with such regularity, Miss Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Whatever. Why solve a case after it's happened? Instead of preventing a case before it happens, that is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean, and what the fuck are you talking about? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. Let us avert disaster. Let us prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. Alright. All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. Alright. The mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think? Ah, I see you've come to to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out on the floor. The poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry, I will attend to the mouse present. Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we left, you would have put it in your to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison. No. Miss Green, please talk to us. That feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand, what can only be described as the very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believes was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. Okay. Suicide in game. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at the very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how did you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains. I'm afraid I don't really know, but I thought if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Oh please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh no. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? I shall remove this to my office. I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objections. No, none. Neither the sender's name or address appeared to be written on the envelope of the card. It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident that put me to the hospital here. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Baird Road at 5 p.m. on 17. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes, a pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road being the street that Mr. Garadev's house is on. Does that mean that... Yes, I'm sure you guessed that that day when I was struck by in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. The Slug and Salad. Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day. I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. Give me like a moment, I gotta clean my glasses. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything. Yes, I'm sorry to have had to. Whoa. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to have had to drag up such painful memories for you. I don't have my glasses on. I'm cleaning them right now, so I'm like squinting while reading. No, it's fine. Miss Green. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. That's a good way to look at it. Might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel. Excuse me, sorry. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigation trial for today. Yes, it's late. And Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in the court tomorrow, do you think? Details about Mr. Shamster, Mr. Garridub's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. I can't help wondering about the results of the analysis. Into Mr. Natsumi's tea, you mean? Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way. It will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper. Oh, yes. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yes, Barrack Van Zeeks. But I wish you very success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at the crisp hour and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come. Indeed, whatever happens, I shall be there, assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsumi's cause until the very end. Alright. So I think this is a good stopping point. Because I do want to do part 2 and part 3 for Thursday. And I have to see, I have to figure out the scheduling I'm going to do for, you know, getting all the parts out the way. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people, but away from a razzle-dazzle down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, and so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Alright, YouTube, I'll see you in a few. Alright. Hey, YouTube, welcome back. I feel like last week I didn't say welcome back, but, here we are now. And welcome to the final part that I'm doing. I will be putting, this is the, I'm trying to finish off episode 2 today. Like, that's like the best right now that I'm trying to go for. But, let us continue. 23rd February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Soseki, I appreciate if you give me some personal space here. This is it then, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsumi to everything. And in my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mr. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah! Good morning to you, Mr. Natsume. Good morning? Good morning, local student, Mr. Nadahodo Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would he do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seems wrong to disturb you. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. Yeah? The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You'll have to forgive me. You mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Ah, yes. There it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you abandoned me and returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland. We've not even been in Great Britain in a week yet. Yes, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mrs. Sholmes isn't coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. That he overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Brendan and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry, I was scrolling. Okay. Oh, I was so confused. Today, once again, we face the Reaper, and when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Sasaki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my clan and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. I have to figure out what I'm gonna do for scheduling Ace Attorney stuff. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, and I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very, very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by the law to represent the will of people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed? Absolutely, justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for that man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to the righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us? Nothing. That'd be crazy. Prosecutor's report, please, for the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. So, he does have the results. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black guard in the dock, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow, and there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him into the verdict room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation! As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Seki Natsume. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again, a typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty? My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel. There he goes. Exactly. And unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's request. Mr. Shamspeare, yes, it sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend. Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspeare to the stand. Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, that have a belly full of the foul fluid given, in mine innocence. Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we have perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes? One may smile, and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget this man is a rotten thief. I haven't forgotten, kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner. Arrest him, I say, arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail. Oh, indeed, my dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own end, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death may be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. But there was no poison in tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare? Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Very well, let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is that poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea. I poisoned it! It's like, what? Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, nearly did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison being not found in the tea, I did pour into the molds of soap. The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if a poison were to mix up the cups, for instance. But no poison bottle was found at the scene. Because, quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. The absence of the vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide. Ugh, I knew that. But now it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands. Ugh. Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamster, be a common thief of gas. Oh. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, you fixed that up perfectly. Wherefore would I lie? Verily I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare. The easily swayed jury at its finest. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. First, we gotta examine the teas. Apparently, there's something I gotta do. Alright, whoop. One teacup has a red ring on its interior, while the other teacup is clean. Interior. Oh. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamster was drinking from, then. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. Like, I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. That's a cute little synopsis between them. While feigning distraction in our debate, Neri did the drop of his own drink past his lips. Oh, my bad. I still have to examine it. There was another part we had to examine. Yeah, just stay on that. Back at it. So you see this one, and then we see this one. This teacup from which Mr. Natsumi was drinking, yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I would scope it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I should have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. There you go, okay. Nope, my bad. There you go. A simple thing that I had to just press. Alright. You claim that Mr. Natsumi didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How, chop logic? What is this, ye clad fiend? The two teacups from the scene. Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, I had a burp. Okay, excuse me. One used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them, one that represents incontrovertible proof. Incontrovertible? What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring. Yes, a tea ring, commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. And yet, Mr. Natsumi's cup has no such ring. Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean. And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it? Exactly what Mr. Natsumi told the court yesterday, the Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsumi was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well after the several hours the tea was left standing. In short, Mr. Shamsphere, you clearly lied to the court. Perjury, motherfucker! Clear thee to Nunnersons? What? Clear thee to a nunnery. Nunnery? As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. You might want to keep the information to yourself. That's number 3. Yeah, on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry. Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant. On the contrary, they illustrate this, the fickleness of human memory. To William Shakespeare. Yes, my liege. Though you previously stated that you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accuser's cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? And, a fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Fate, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. What is that line, like, when people kind of, like, guide them? Or, like, it's, in, like, court. I forgot what the word is. I can't remember what the word is. But it's like, they kind of like guide them towards it, like what they're trying to like get them to confess to, or like, you know, when it's like, it just makes them worse or some shit. Is that allowed for a prosecutor? I don't know. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, it was empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot as my liege did suggest. And you've just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, that testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words. Ah, shit. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. What does this mean then? I do declare it means that there's no issue. Apparently the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear. After I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese who be stooped as low as death. And on what did you dine, sir? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would it be called soup, and a leaf as would it be called salad. As in Salarus, a menu as an establishment where it was served. But you gods will give us some faults to many us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows nearly forgot the simple truth. That that be one thing and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you. Punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord! If I may speak, my lord. Yes, Mr. Foreman. I believe we may have been duped by the rotten defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you might be right. We all know that the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. But this lurid lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? He's been leading us up to the garden path. That's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. But what we just heard from the victim there has opened our eyes again. No, you're just easily swayed, which is annoying. We've reached a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it. The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman, and will duly hear the jury's findings. What? No. You can't yet. You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decision now. You should be on my side, first of all. I uncovered the fucking thief for you. Hi. Everybody declare the jury to be in one accord. A happy day. Oh, happy day. How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out the summation examination. Yo, he was quick with it too. Very well, the court upholds the defense's right. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. Yeah, okay. How ironic that is for him. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime in which he is charged. For real. Let me hear your bullshit excuses. Half of you want to leave. That's the thing. I'm a man of logic, me, and having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. What evidence? I do agree that that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal. Gases. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced the decision somewhat. Oh, never mind. No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unaccessible as we'd hope. I think that's the word. And Mr. Shamsbury was poisoned, there can be no doubt of that. Then how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsbury was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsumi will be found guilty. No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. I love him in the background. You know, this image alone kind of feels like me instigating on friends real quick. Or not really instigating, but just hearing an argument with friends. And you're just there like, haha, this is funny. A man of logic, me having... Yeah, I got you. Press juror 4. Oops, back. Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm surprised to sit here and take it, no, I said surprised. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. He's really buzzing now. All I've ever heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. And any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly, but the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Oh, my bad. Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, Madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it's possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. They steal your gas? Oh my god. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours delivers gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gases that rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes legally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to his tricks. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out our secret check for of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of a pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how does blowing into a pipe pipes come into play or come into it? Obviously, there's gas in pipes and it is fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of the adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Exactly, my lord. That's in a nutshell, whatever. It's the reason why we have terms of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which light flickers. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. Lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. So I think perhaps, yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's... Like I said, madam, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of it all this is. Okay, so he amended his statement. Okay, juror number 3 and number 6. Higiari! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6, did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Oh, what? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something beside Mr. Natsumi's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene to see if there were any traces of poison there? I was scared to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe, Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it! What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir! I thought I'd be quite clear, but let me put it in another way. The starcher knife could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord! Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Or is the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him. For shame, madame, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I am not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes. This is no summonation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips on the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There's no possible proof that the man did as you say. It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with such certainty that in multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see the evidence then. Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. It is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of the gas lamp. Is this one, right? Yeah. What the? These are, wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, counsel. I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. Well, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Harlock Sholmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect on the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating that other artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... I don't believe it! The gas lamp. Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of the lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? I'd asked the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into the gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out. And gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... If Mr. Shamster were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove into the building at will. Crikey! Oh, are you suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to... You explained the two other situations. Or, the other situation, I should say. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during the summation examination, I must tell my learned friends utter disregard for the letter of the law. What was the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But... Please, my lord, if I may. It's subtle. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of a great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I am sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what the shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Why haven't you agreed with me, juror number 4? I'm on your side about the gas! I'm the one who revealed him being a thief! What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I didn't say it. I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. Fuck you. Oh, and we've done well done, Mr. Naruhodo. And just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sato. But I couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it was you who identified the clue. After all, this is very much your success. Why, Mr. Chancellor? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Very well. Continue, counsel. Will do. Press number 1. All the evidence, you say? That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache. Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the event of the night in question. What do you make of that? What, your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation thing developed by the great detective himself. Numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamsbury had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Because I won't deny that it's playing on my mind, but as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, yes, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh? If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps this is a little... Okay. No, wait. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. It's not hold up. We can't substantiate our position. I'm afraid the jurors can't that change their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give them? Can I show that Mr. Shamster really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? That's incredible. Whose testimony? Yes, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadad residence that night, namely... Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsumi himself. The defendant. At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsumi said the following. My lodgings. There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on a fateful night, it happened. When I returned from Mr. Chancellor's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly! So that Shamsphere fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose. Now hold your horses there. What would he do for that? What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman, what is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Ugh. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic first and foremost. You're a man who could be easily swayed, is what it is. As four jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord, we've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, a summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decision. Two juror members now called guilty, four now call not guilty. Therefore, the jurors' opinions conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamsphere. My lord, how can thy humble Shamsphere serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall out of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from a self-professed detective's toy has no place in British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that. But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of this gas pipe feeding the lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there, what appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. Yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I failed to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you described. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was planning to end? The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mrs. Hamster wanted to end the life of... If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But as a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'd freeze stuff in no time. Mr. Garridab, the landlord has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamstring was trying to end. Outrageous. I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Nosmi isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious. The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged, namely that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of the man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? Now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamster's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mrs. Sekinatsumi. You are just pulling shit out of your ass. Whatever Mr. William Shamster may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potential lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, the suspicion is greater than ever. He's really pulling shit out of his ass. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? You are easily swayed too. I would have been like, that makes no sense though. He has no actual knowledge of how the thing happened. He even has talked about like why didn't he give him that idea? How did he manage to turn it around on me this so rapidly? No, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamster's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit. I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit. A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green. I do feel as though I have heard the name of the recent past council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green, the woman from 6 days ago. The victim in the recent case of a stabbing on Briar Road, an incident for which Mr. Natsumi was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes, the Miss Green! She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Chancellor's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have rather a fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in a hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green in the hospital yesterday, and we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison. And there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shakespeare. My lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Huh? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shakespeare's face, I think perhaps he generally doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion. I'd appreciate that. The prosecutor requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord, 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well, I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. Vince has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say, but at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain to the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsel. We reconvene in 1 hour. The court is adjourned. All right. Took about like close to an hour for this whole part, but we're gonna continue right now. We have a lot to do on the next parts of like the next episode, so I'm like really trying to figure out a scheduling for that. Hey, YouTube, we're still going. Still gonna go. This is the one time we're like really just like continue off of the next part. Joyful, jubilant jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsumi. I'm so pleased for you. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquire. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, Herlock Shrooms! May you drink my tippet tea and fall forever silent. Thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Shrooms, you came. How wonderful. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. Truth is, I was determined that today would be the day, as sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early to be present in court and support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, it's not... Is that not an astute insight into the matter? I forgot I was supposed to give him an accent. Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the result? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simple. It's simply essential. That's the thing, most of us probably knew that already. What others suppose, I proved my experimentation that, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to. It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Ah, could I have a word? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it, excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. Oh, I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look of your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely and pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. You haven't the results, Inspector, of the investigation in Mr. Shamster's room. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. Oh, you mean the man from the newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shamster's room? Man by the name of, yes, so then. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector, what? I copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. Capital of the offender's file has been entered to the courtroom. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamster's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate anymore. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Counsel to defend the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening in with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Musashi in floods of tears personally. So, the best of luck to you. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? Yes. This is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamster. It is going to be the final battle. Okay, here you go. I won't really have saved Sasaki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. I had a burp. Excuse me. When it's all coming to a head now, you can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Ow, my damn ankle. Like hit it on the wheelchair. The chair's wheel. This could be like an hour and a half. Or 2 hours. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense, namely that the victim of this case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from the dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks is the new witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well, bailiff, bring in the witness. She's just painting. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for their court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only that I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no, not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a query? Mr. Shamspeare? My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. Possibly it has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green? Yes. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to the courtroom today, I presume. Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning, and I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly, pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair. It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital, fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside of Gardar's household, an incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing. Their energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare lodgings is the Briar Road incident 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now that about exactly what happened. Oh no, the incident 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day, and of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 7th of February. Alright. It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case here. Oh my God, where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakest, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to a hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Yes, the second incident inside a week of what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted loungings. One can only presume this is the most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamsphere. So it's the following morn, when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. Seki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses by happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Excuse me. Personal statement 4. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green? What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Mr. Shakespeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? To be from Nier Automata? That is the question. Pray forgive me. The great bard's words strengthened from within me with near thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps. Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all. Presumably, you know the name, though. Miss Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sally nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Miss Green. Me, my lord. Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Okay. Of course. That's what links Mrs. Shamsphere and Mrs. Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Okay. Miss Green's card will be added to the recorder and inspect the new evidence. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. What is it? The way the envelope was torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean? Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. It matches. They go together. Oh my god. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. Okay. We got that updated. Press statement 3. A tavern, you say? Which one? It was the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true. The menu lists premium crust and of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Why do you have that in your book? I would have expected grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soapy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's more plausible explanation. The specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on the day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mrs. Champspeare's own actions on the day of the incident, say 6 days ago, were slightly suspicious. I wonder if I have some evidence that can explain these actions. Present evidence. Mrs. Champspeare? Yes, sire. On the day in question, is it not the case that that you visited the slug and salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speak it. Very well, I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be the slug and salad that day. It's funny you could present both of them. I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mrs. Champspeare, your actions in the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mrs. Champspeare? Well, excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely, my lord, may I? May you what, Miss Green? I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Very well, then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note. This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here. Present the torn-off envelope. Oh wow, we're up to like kind of close to the ending of this. This is actually pretty quick. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in the hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope. Oh, it is it? And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Well, where did you find that? In Mrs. Champspeare's room. In my room. Mrs. Champspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well, your actions that afternoon followed the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so, that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mrs. Champspeare. You already knew about this letter, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As this torn-off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Champspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shansford's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, that was what? You broke, I mean, that were in my room? What on earth do you want with me? It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green? Yes. Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I am sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in the court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. This is the testimony part. I do remember now, 'twas a week ago, pre-adventure, that that note was delivered onto me. On the day right there, and I did tarry a long hour at the Slug Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening, I shared the company of a Japanese fellow. I did see the note, he had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here, and as for that torn out piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamsphere? Fate, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble loungings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I've returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was a lie. Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I beg your pardon. I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was... I don't see why I should explain. Sorry? I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanation and the proofs the fledgling lawyer. A fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel. I mean, Van Zeek is at least with us on this one. I'm ready, my lord. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses. Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. Alright, statement 4. Higiari! There's an achievement here that's coming up. Present anyone but Olive when it has to identify the person who might have something that belong. That's funny. There's an achievement that I could get right here easily. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents split during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Shom's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as starchinine. What? Starchinine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamsphere. Miss Green, you broke into this man's loungings. For one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamsphere's room with poison. I love Shamsphere just going like, you did what? Can this be? You broke into my room to... You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court. But from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. A person who attempted to take Mrs. Chancery's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Jesus. Order, order! Counsel, are you serious in suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set the odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of an ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at the time. Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Chancery's address. More activity. Ah, yes. You mean his fellow lounger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Chancery was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Chancery had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. The result in Mr. Natsume's returning to his loungings for the first time in 2 days, and the very night his gas stove mysteriously went out and Mrs. Chancery was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present in the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else the reason for those instructions and are now clear, to ensure that the lounger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home. Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. How could this be? What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did he try to kill me? Miss Green's motive... Oh my god. Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Hold up. Okay. Make sure. Oops. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the loungings at Mr. Garadab's, somebody else was renting the room, Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I've heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago when the man died in a strange circumstances of the haunted loungings. That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man that they claim was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Chancery blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Ugh. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds. The real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You! Duncan was! Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé! You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Chancery. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was married. Or was to marry. Marry! Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mrs. Chancery, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on a different counts of murder? Yes, my lord, that's correct. Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? What? Why would Mrs. Chancery have wanted to kill these loungers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Yes. That's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted since lies, all lies. I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either, Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. But you broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe. What was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry. You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundery of a woman. But in any case, when I leave my room, I do turn the key in my lock. Our whole place is falling apart. The lock on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awful, or artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of women! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence did your search reveal? Well, I spotted the note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floor rolls was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Huh? Yes, we also discovered the hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting and a photograph and an empty tin box. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it. Yes. This rather nice key. Ah! What are you doing with that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it. No, what's all this about? He inherited that key. It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. Sorry, I'm scratching my face. Calm yourself, witness. So, Mr. Chancery has tried and, in one case, succeeded to take the life of 2 loungers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Chancery at first. Considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court to support your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shams's alleged crimes? We're almost done with this case. Okay. That's an official police report, is it not? The Selden file. How did you get a hold of that? Selden. The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lounging in the same room. Well, yes, we know this certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum 1,000 pounds worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found. Yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. 1,000 pounds lost en route to hell. That was how the paper summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. You mean this key is... Miss Chansbury, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? There's a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's loungings? There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shams's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodging in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shams subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching it into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shansbury? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. You, Whew. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they listen. I want you to have me a lot of my loot. It's hidden in the room where I was lounging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in L. I guess. Shakespeare. It's mine. What did he just say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Mr. Shakespeare. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here. Remember, isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close, I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now, this man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Nedaholdo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on the loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, I must be very well hidden indeed. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only there was some way we can find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece of in this complex puzzle, but I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where the loot is hidden. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Very well then, counsel, let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's haul? Okay. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Chancellor's handprints on the wall of his loungings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on the wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Oh, Mr. Shamspeare, perhaps we should compete for an honor of most ridiculous titles. Ah! 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. I see your complexion has worsened since the last we met. Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zieksten. Well, enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord, Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in the case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under secrecy. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Ah! You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicated solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicated solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. Hamrick was arrested. He was living in what is now Sasaki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will sample take? Oops! I chose the wrong one. Fucking A. Here, take this. I'm gonna lose a fucking heart, but it's fine. I pressed A by accident, thinking it was a conversation log. That's one. I probably have to lose another one, but it's okay. It's not like this has a rating. Present a person. You would need something of Selden's in order to create an indicated solution to find his loot. and something a convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Olive Green of all people. Pardon my word, Mr. Naruto, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? For whom, say, obtained possession of late convict Selden to create an indicated solution? Anyone but, you know. And what, pray, does this said person possess that could be applicable to the purpose? Let's hear your new improved powers of reasoning at work, my dear fellow. Dear me, your left eye just switched. Are you currently concocting an elaborate excuse? Not some clever Japanese joke about a wet noodle, I hope. Ah, he got me. There it is, the noodler. I think we need to reconsider. Yeah, okay. All right, now we can skip the little bit of this. Oh, straight up to this. Okay, perfect. And that should be all of the things for everything here, I believe. Perfect. All right. Can I? Whoop. There you go. This is for next week. All right, Miss Green. Ah, me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry. The key belongs to Selden. There will be a remnant of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create an indicated solution required for Mr. Shome's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. The Shamsphere, Mr. Shamsphere, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hull is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no time than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamsphere, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's soul and wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamsphere. No. No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! By thy name! His hat is gone. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you didn't have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods. Yet, after you've killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. This guy that really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsumi, what an unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road with the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mr. Sholmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsumi was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. William Shamsphere, how did it go? To be or not to be, that is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Huh. Ugh. And so, the scene has finished. At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. Poor Duncan. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up to the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked. It's no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I've heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? Ah, you mean. Yes, everybody's heard the stories it seems about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in my back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident though? Once I heard that idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. Ah, black market. I never been, I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another, was Duncan's death an accident or was it murder? And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simply but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Chansey was innocent, nothing would come of what you've done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for the crimes dearly. Kinda clever, but fucked up. Found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shakespeare. And then I wrote him this letter, this little note. My eyes. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Excuse me. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Champers followed the instructions to the letter. Worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and the culprit would get his just desserts. Gotta clean my screen when I get the chance. I have a lot of chances, I just don't pick them up. Excuse me. "3 days ago, when you first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of the poverty that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly did envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?" "Yes, my lord." "You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shakespeare." "Yes, I know." "And you, Mr. Shakespeare, and you, Mr. Shakespeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsumi here present." Mr. Naruhodo?" "Ah, yes. Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friend stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh, and I'd like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shansford didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Aw, she's smiling now. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. She has glistening in her eyes! She has hope! Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green. Soseki Natsumi? Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present the verdict of not guilty. We're all in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned. Alright. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say the luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Jones. Luxuriant Mr. Esquire. Once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days. I was first acquitted with the wit and gain affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to a land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through really friendly old books. You had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now, But a week ago now, I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of English that... Wait, what? The true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Whatsoever one goes into the world, humans are humans, there are a few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said, I've come to feel the same way. I made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my my study tour here and return to Japan. What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you will be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsumi. How wonderful. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, I may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from the battle with the Reaper. Ah, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to proceed safely off your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Objection. And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Zeki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of the telegrams stating falsely that her father was falling gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding places in just one day. When is supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellow, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Grexy has been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Oh, that was... yeah. Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's haul. What the? What is that? Oh! It has blood on it, though. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge, though. And look at the gemstone set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth 1,000 pounds. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains? You don't think it could be blood, do you? They could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course there's an emblem there. Large letter B and a small crown. What does this signify, do you think? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before. You know, where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this. Oughtn't you? It could be valuable evidence after all, and must be kept safely under lock and key. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now. I'd never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least, not once I noticed. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood? It ties into that one case that Sholmes put away, that Iris kind of wrote up, and he just put it away in like safekeeping. I think it ties up to that case. I think we're gonna finally get to see what that case is about. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. And you look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as a basis of this month's story in the magazine. And this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, I presume. The Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and the Mustache Man and the Convex Curse, perhaps. I could make it into two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes, what is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. And I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Interesting. Yes.
こうして漱石さんの2つ目の事件は闇に葬られた。今ならわかる気がする。
I really hope we get to find out what that whole case is, and like why Holmes has been like very like, don't fucking make this shit public like at all.
全てが一つにつながるにはもう少し時間が必要だった。物語が再び動き出したのは佐藤さんの手紙が届いて2ヶ月後。その事件はかのロンドン万博の最中に起こったのだった。
Can't wait. The end. Woo, episode 2. That took another hour actually. That wasn't too bad. Let's see. The next one is The Return of the Great Departured Soul, and it has about 6 parts in total. 2 investigation, 4 trial parts. And then after that, the other parts are kind of like smaller. Like there's 4 parts on each one of the next cases. From what I'm looking at right now. Save your current progress? Yes, please. There you go. This is what we're gonna do next. I was curious to what these look like, so I was just looking at them. Yes, please. I think the other one kind of went into the next episode right away. But it's all good, though. But, anyone who's currently watching, vibing, chilling, all that stuff, I appreciate you guys giving me any support on Twitch. Like I said earlier, this is for YouTube, if anything. But, scheduling is going to be a little bit different because I have, I now work, or I have a job now in reality to cover for finances for myself, you know? So I could play games, you know, we could play more games later down the line. Especially around where October hits, and then we'll have, like, you know, Halloween games and shit like that. I don't even know what I have planned for Spooky Month, to be honest, on October yet. Like, not fully at all. But back at it again with where we're going with the scheduling. So far, as of right now, schedule is still in line, as in like the Thursday, Friday, Saturday scheduling. So tomorrow we'll finish up on Scarlet and Violet tomorrow. We have the final stream for Scarlet and Violet tomorrow, where we finish the Elite Four, beat the champion, and then finish Area 0. And that'll be everything for the Type Lock series that I have. Then the upcoming streams for, I guess, RPGs. Well, I am playing Hack as well as another RPG. You know what I mean. The upcoming after Pokemon is gonna be Mariamon. That's what at least I have planned. And then Saturday we have some Hack as well. Some Hack is gonna be played out this Saturday. That's about what the schedule is so far. YouTube, we finally got to an ending point where you can finally have all of episode 2 into one whole thing. I know these VODs are more, the whole VOD itself for the Great Ace Attorneys are way longer, but they're very cohesive and they're just right there after the next thing. So I'll just have to do a little editing later today to just make sure that they're all connected and they're all like properly adjusted to the things. But yeah, we did some 2 hours of a stream today, and we finished the last remaining 2 episode parts. We do have, let's see here. We do have 3 more episodes. The next episode that's coming up is gonna have 6 parts, and that after that one is gonna have 4, and then another 4. I'm trying to see how I can schedule it very well to being like organized in a sense of like my current scheduling, and just to have it, you know, play all the games at least. Maybe a game might be like kind of put on temporary hold. Maybe another game would be, you know, it'll just be we focus on one game entirely, just so it like we could just kind of get through games easier that way. But yeah, that's pretty much the whole basis of what's going down for the at least like the newer schedule that's coming up. It's not gonna be as concrete anymore, or like what's the word? I can't find the word. Set schedule, pretty much. I can't really find the word. But anyways, YouTube, if you watched this entire whole episode VOD, I much appreciate it. I hope you did enjoy, and you know, you watched it in bits and pieces. You come back to it later. It's all good. But I'm gonna call it here. I'll see you guys on the next Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, as well as Great Ace Attorney 2. Due to the fact that it's only they are very separated. But hopefully episode 5 should be out the beginning of September. So all of August, it's a major focus on getting episode 3 and episode 4 out the way. And hopefully by the end of August to the first week of September, we get the Great Ace Attorney finished completely. Like, I really want to finish episode 5 by the first week of September, just because it's a weird like thing where it's like we started in September on our first greatest of the Ace Attorney series, and now we're here again back in September 2 years later, finishing the entire series, which is kind of crazy to me, but it's fun. I love it. I've actually been enjoying the hell out of the Great Ace Attorney. But I'm gonna call it here. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow for some Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Bye. Jeanette.